1876.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and open up this day of looking at one hearing, and then we have some exec bills coming up. These are early bills. This is the Education Funding Committee. And to start, I'd like to introduce those people we have subbing in for folks which are absent here today. We have Representative Thibeault. To my right, to your left, audience. Going around the table here, anybody else? Going left, Muriel Hall, Representative Hall, welcome to Education Funding. And do we have a vacant chair there?
Sally,
I haven't heard from her.
Representative Fellows.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that she's gonna be out.
Just make sure I don't know any
I mean,
messages.
we got emails from her yesterday night, and I'm pretty sure she plans to be.
I'm sure she's here. She'll be here. She's probably running into, got a lot of heavy duty traffic up there in Grafton County.
No, it's the drifting snow, Mr. Chair.
It's probably ice. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and just a few words for the committee here. Today is the last day we're dealing with early bills. So those that are making reports on the early bills, whether it's a majority report or a minority report, that must be handed in before you leave this body today. So, right now, the people across the hallway that are processing of this just are totally on tilt with these reports. And they have to have these reports out by noon tomorrow. And when they're going to get piled in with another 60, 70, our individual who's working with us gets that many, it's just very, very difficult to handle. So with that, and also I did receive the reports last night. Thank you very much. I said by today, and I think we have them. I'll be looking. I'm just questioning one report, and I think we may have that, but we're working on that. So today we have one bill to be heard, that is 1121, defining the cost of an adequate education. I'm the prime sponsor of that, so I will be introducing that bill, and Representative Spilsbury will be conducting the meeting. Thank you. Okay, there's the gavel if you need it.
Okay. Good.
All right, I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1121, defining the cost of an adequate education, and recognize Representative Ladd to introduce the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And for the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, and I also represent communities around Haverhill. For the clerk, I will hand my pink card upon my testimony here. I don't have one up there for you. I'm here today to introduce 1121. This is a bill defining the cost of an adequate education. And I have handed out, you should have a copy of a handout. It's multiple pages that I will use as we collectively go through the bill itself right here. Within statute right now, we currently have under 193E2B1, a requirement that we have various resources. We have to determine, it's a legislative responsibility to determine the resources necessary to provide essential programs and considering the educational needs of those that we serve. Now, the specific resource elements to be included in the opportunity for an adequate education were and have not been placed into statute in the past. However, the specific elements have been noted and were developed and drawn up back in 2008 when we adopted the present formula for funding the adequate education. But I'd first like to look at that handout that I handed you. We're going to be referencing throughout the day 193E2A, the substantive educational content of an adequate education. That is the criteria, the substantive criteria that we know as an adequate education, and there's 11 subject areas there that, and you can read just as well as I can on that first sheet from lines 1 right down through line 16. Those are the areas which we have to support through our cost of an adequate education. The second statutory language I reference here is 193E2B, cost of an adequate education. The general court shall use the definition of the opportunity for an adequate education in 193E2A to determine those resources. So we have to reflect back to that to develop these resources and elements which are necessary to provide an adequate education. The general court shall create a process for periodic determination of the specific resources essential to provide the substantive criteria for an adequate education. 193E2C says is identified as resource elements. The general court recognizes that schools with greater educational challenges will benefit from varying resources. And then you flow down to 189:49, optional services. That's in statute. The school board of any school district may provide the following child benefit services for public pupils in each public and non-public school in the district or in another school district in this state. And it goes down and lists them. And those are school physician, school nurse services, school health services, school guidance and psychological services, educational testing services, transportation under the provisions of RSA 18099, textbooks and instructional materials, health and welfare services equivalent to those provided by the public schools, including speech correction and remedial and diagnostic services, driver education, educational television services, programs for the deaf, blind, emotionally disturbed, children with disabilities, audiovisual aids, and programs for improvement of the educational studies of pupils with disabilities, physical education, hot lunch program. This is all listed underneath may be provided by the local school district. Then we have to go back to the substantive education criteria where we spell out, for example, physical education is an area that's required that it be taught. So we're looking at, okay, how do we interpret this when we have one set of statutes saying one thing, another set of statutes saying another? We have physical education when you're looking at K through 8 certification, K through 6 certification, depending upon the state you got it from, where the elementary teacher is prepared through their methods courses to teach art, music, physical education. That's through the classroom teacher. Although that's not how we do it today. Well, how we do it today is that through, and as a result of various negotiated contracts we have, a teacher has normally a prep period every day, unless they're in some kind of a block scheduling. But in the elementary schools, it's schedule a prep period. During that time, that's when the local elementary school provides the elementary art, music, PE, library services. Now, how do we account for that? Because then in the high school, you have the requirement that if you're teaching a primary subject area, that is what you're endorsed in. So we have teachers teaching physical education that are endorsed in physical education unless you have a teacher that is endorsed in, let's say, a science, and they're teaching that more than 50% of the day. They can go in and teach something else if that's a small school and they so desire, and that person matches up with some of the criteria and responsibilities that the local school board has decided they want taught in physical education, and also meeting the academic standards as we have in the minimum standards for public school approval. So when we look at this, and we're supposed to be looking at this every few years, that we need to be accounting for change which occurs in our society, in our schools. And these services do change, absolutely. When I first started as a young teacher in the 4th grade and then became a school principal and then later on as an administrator, computers weren't even existing. And we used slide rules. So computers now are listed up here in what we're supposed to be doing and integrating all that digital knowledge into all these courses we teach. So things do change. The needs of our society do change. So we have to look at this and in terms of where we're going. On the next sheet down, on the handout I gave you, it's kind of a repeat of what I just discussed. So I'm going to pass by that sheet and go into the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee on Costing and Adequate Education, which issued this report in February 1, 2008. That was chaired by Senator Estabrook. And there were a number of people on that committee. At that time, for example, the Democrats were in the majority and the Republicans in the minority, but they came out with this approach to how we are going to establish these resources in our schools. And it was agreed upon by all that were there on that, including on the Republican side, Representative Hess, and on the other side, you had Representative Foose at times, and you had Emma Rouse, Representative Rouse, and Senator Estabrook. It was looked at, and they came out with what they call this universal cost, recognizing the cost of elementary ed versus high school ed are a little bit different because the way we're staffing those schools with personnel and in the prep periods and all that. So what we've done is on the bottom of page 13, you know, it's not, the committee is determining the cost of providing a subset of educational opportunities that constitutes an adequate education based upon that criteria I talked, 193E2A. The first thing they looked at is what's going to be the teacher or the ratios of these individuals, these resources to the students enrolled in the school. And they looked at, if we start on the report, because the first portion of that report right through page 19 is dealing with the ratios. 1 to 22, 1 to 25 was K through 2, 1 to 30 was grades 3 through 12, and it remains the same today. And then there were certain ratios we had for being a principal, etc. So on page 19, you see teachers, that's one of the resources that we have to provide. Principals, yes, that's a resource that impacts the academic opportunities for an adequate education. Administrative assistants on page 20, guidance counselor on page 20, library media specialist on page 20. And that is a changing field right there too, seeing we have digital technology coming in and libraries are changing. Technology coordinator, back then a technology coordinator didn't have all that technical responsibility that they do today. So this is another changing field. Custodian, and then they had non-personnel costs that are part of providing and supporting the resource elements, the components that are necessary to provide an adequate education. You have instructional materials and supplies. And of course, that kind of contradicts a little bit with the optional services where you see textbooks listed over there. And that is because we as a legislature have assigned the responsibility of developing a curriculum and instruction totally 100% to the local school district. So if they decide we're not going to use textbooks, that's on them. If they're in that, and of course, when I started, textbooks, whether it was Silver Burdett, Horcourt Brace, Houghton Mifflin, you can go down that whole litany of McGraw-Hill, all those, that was pretty much the way things were done. And the academic standards taught were basically those which are established by that particular company. And then you look for an assessment, an achievement test, which matched up and aligned with your program. And that's why many school districts all had different types of assessment instruments. Going on to page 22, other non-person type, personnel type issues are technology, teacher professional development, and we do get development monies also through the Education and Secondary Education Act. And then you have facilities operation and maintenance, and here's another one. That's, you know, kind of an optional service, but it's also thrown in underneath adequacy. And transportation, another one that's on both sides of the coin. This is what we as a legislature need to be looking at and deciding. There's changes going on. To what degree can we continue to run transportation in the state when we're supporting it at 25 cents per mile per pupil, or excuse me, 10 cents per mile per pupil, and these buses now are running around half empty, half full, 1/4 full, and you know it doesn't cover the cost of labor, of maintenance, insurance, cost of the bus, on and on it goes. And that goes through what that commission, that committee looked at in terms of of the resource elements are necessary. But why do we need these resource elements is the issue. We have told the Department of Education when we're looking at their DOE 25 form, can you break down the DOE 25 form, the expenses, so it reflects the expenses, the elements that are part of an adequate education? They can't do it because the auditing process doesn't provide that right now. Their data, they break out tuition and transportation, but everything else is lumped under this, not even to the degree that we really need. But we do need, if we don't do anything about establishing what these inputs are, what these basic elements are, then how will we ever identify that that expense is relative to the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education? Because they're throwing in, and I've mentioned many times before in this committee, they're throwing in the cost of athletics. They're throwing in the cost of the marching band. Is that related to what we have down as the basic elements that are related directly to the opportunity for an adequate education? And the committee back then said, no, they are not. And the committee also, when they were looking at in this report, dealing with the, get into that page and refer you back to it. Maybe it's earlier. A lot of paperwork in this world. Good thing we have Boise Cascade. On page 17, personnel not included by the committee when they looked at this. Committee determines that no other personnel positions need be included in the calculation of the universal cost. The committee considered whether other positions should be included in the universal cost. Among the positions it considered were central office staff, superintendents, usually in your SAU. Not necessarily, though. I was in a central office in the district I was in that was the size of this building, and that was up in Kenai, Alaska. School district administrative staff, school nurses, teacher aides, and food service personnel. Back those days, they really didn't call them paraprofessionals yet, they called them teacher aides. It concluded that since the definition of the opportunity for an adequate education is school and curriculum based, the central office administrative costs do not fit within that definition. Similarly, since the definition is based on substantive curriculum areas and associated skills, a school nurse who provides healthcare services rather than educational or educationally related services are beyond the scope of the universal cost. The committee determined that based on statutory definition of adequacy in the New Hampshire school approval standards, which are incorporated therein, teacher aides do not constitute part of the universal cost. The committee also concluded that since most food services programs are self-supporting and furthermore outside the educational components of the school, they too are beyond the scope of definition and need for not be included in the universal cost. Things have changed, and how we're interpreting, how we're doing things, we need to look as a legislature and say, is this still reflective of the way things are done right now? And I believe we need a lot of work on that. However, we're at the point, though, if we're going to try to get some very good data out of the Department of Education that reflects the actual cost, we need to get moving forward right now what those elements are and establish them. Now, within this bill that I proposed to you, you'll notice that there's one element that's included in that, which if we're going to move forward something right now, I'd rather move forward with the way it's recommended from this committee report right here. The school nurse is included in the bill that you have before you in 1121. I do have an amendment which we can discuss when we get into the exec session, which would take out the school nurse and leave it exactly as the Senator Estabrook committee and recommended in the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee. So, Mr. Chair, this concludes my presentation today, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my questions. I'd like to go through the list and ask you about specific items that are included, if I may.
Yeah.
Start with the guidance counselors. So I was a student for many, many years, more than 2 decades. And I can't recall having an interaction with a guidance counselor that I felt was somehow necessary for my education. And I noticed on your handout here, guidance counselors appears both on the base and in the optional. So is that really necessary?
That's for us to decide, and that's one of those questions I raised throughout. You know, you'll see the issues of many of these that you can see in optionals. Then it's also pertinent to specific districts.
Okay.
Guidance counselor, I can recall when I was a young person, the guidance counselor I had was basically at home and sending me off to school. But the guidance counselor I had at school was a teacher that also kind of latched onto me. And because I needed a heck of a lot of guidance, so I know that even in my grandson's school where he attends right now, a 7-year-old, and all the others that are gone up through age 26 now, they have guidance. They call guidance, and that's part of one of the prep periods. So to each school, how they're addressing it. The local decisions occurring here. Guidance is something, though, that has changed dramatically in terms of, guidance in terms of, are you dealing with some of the behavioral, the 3-tiered system we have in addressing issues, or is that left to the psychologist? I think they interact, and you go to the high schools, and guidance now maybe even taking the place of somewhat the assistant principals used to do, discipline. And so it needs a lot of work.
Okay. So the next one, nurses, is on your list as optional services, according to RSA 189:49.
Yes.
Same sort of thing.
That's the rationale for my backing this thing out right now. Although nurses are the ones which identify whether we're going to chase the Medicaid dollars or not. They're a provider that's, along with speech therapists and all that, but that comes underneath a different area of funding. So once again, you're addressing one of those issues. We have a responsibility to be addressing these cost factors, and I've been on numerous committees and commissions since being in the House, and I can't recall discussing this whole section of law ever since the time I've been here. And yet it's such an important area because it relates directly to how we cost out that opportunity for an adequate education.
Okay, thank you. And one more, or a couple more. All right.
Go ahead.
So next one's, you have both technology coordinators and technology on the list, but you don't have like library media specialists and library on the list. So is that somewhat duplicative or something?
Library media personnel are on the list right now. It came out of the committee. They're there. In other words, there's a ratio that's established for them to be in this class. So the supply, go ahead.
So what I meant, to clarify, on the list are technology coordinators and separately technology. Maybe there should be just technology.
I think they're talking about technology from the standpoint of we had computer labs, we had equipment, a lot of technology. See, it's all changed today, and we need to address this. But I also think there's 2 issues here. One, we need to address the components here. The other one, costing done by the department in terms of what is the actual cost? Is it this $21,000, $22,000 we keep getting thrown at us? Or is it less? I don't know.
All right, I'll
Are there, yeah, let's
let others.
move along. Okay. Representative Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. there's another source of information on this issue. Judge Ruoff's decision in the two court cases. And he follows pretty much your list. And he had experts talk about nursing service and why you have it. And I did a comparison between what you followed and what is in his court case. And those are all categories. Like nurses, he points out that many students, like I have a son with type 1 diabetes, administer medicine during the day. They have to be there. And there's many other maladies that students bring to it. You need a nurse on site. And he breaks out technology the way you do. Now, he goes beyond that, and he assigns a cost to each one, as you know. And he came up with a cost of $7,356 when he added up all of that. Now, that does include transportation, technical coordinators. It's almost the exact same categories that you gave. How does that fit into this discussion? Are we ignoring what Judge Ruoff says, or are we going to acknowledge what he said?
I would disagree with your first statement that the Ruoff decision, $7,356.01, is a result of specific inputs. I could develop a spreadsheet very easily and quickly, and think anybody on this committee could do the same thing using the formulas to which we have. All you have to say is, well, the base cost of a teacher is this. The base cost is this. The benefit package is based upon this amount. The number of years which we're going to use is not going to be a starting teacher. It might be the third year. It might be a 6th year. It might be upon getting the old-fashioned tenure. There's a lot of variables which go into that, and that has never been discussed. What has been discussed in the past, especially the commission that Representative Ames and I were on, and Representative Luno, was that we looked at the outcome and said, well, this state has a performance record, achievement record of we're always in the top 5 in the country. That must be a result that we're doing something right. Yes. So the average cost then must be right. So let's divide it by the number of kids. And it's not based upon those inputs. And I think that I'm very pleased to see 1799 now that Representative Ames put forward is recognizing that inputs are important. They're important from the standpoint that we want to recognize what is actually related to the opportunity for an adequate education, but needed, and is that's why we had to differential the special education aid there and under differentiated aid. And that is amount that goes to those students that, like you speak to, that at-risk child. And then there's another category for special education aid that we'll be looking at in a bill this afternoon or later after this meeting. There are certain categories there. You notice that there's nothing in the base cost right now which reflects the cost of a resource room teacher or a special education teacher. Nothing there. If it's all moved out to another category, we're going to have over 32,000 kids that have IEPs, and we're not going to have any support for them. I would prefer that it stay right there, but we made a decision the other day. So I think that the comparing this to the Ruoff, I don't think so. This goes back to the Estabrook Committee and what they decided. And I've not seen the Ruoff report break it down on pupil teacher ratio. I have not seen it broken down in terms of what those exact elements are. And if it's all there, I must have missed something, and I apologize.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. In both cases, he breaks it down by element and describes it. For example, teacher salaries, he doesn't use beginning. No school district has all their faculty on beginning salaries, especially in Noisy River. So he computes what he calls a conservative estimate of what the average teacher's salary is. He does very thorough analysis. Now, this is what I'm looking at is not the original case, but when they appealed the case, this is the Kentucky Valley School Districts versus State of New Hampshire. That's when he breaks it all down by the same elements you have, and he has rationale for all of it, and he explains how he got it. I can't see how we can ignore his analysis because we're under a court order to get our cost per pupil up. To what extent should we be paying attention to what his analysis based on expert testimony, and he cites it. You can go right to the source. Do we ignore that, or do we account for it somehow?
I don't think we ever ignore anything, but I think we got to be careful not to react. And I think we got to be very careful to recognize that the legislature has that responsibility to identify all these costs. If you look at the elementary teacher, what we put in there for FY26, it was based upon, we took all the negotiated agreements for this state. And we took the starting, at the low end, we took the starting salary, the low starting salary, and we went to the opposite end, the high. It went anywhere from $30-something thousand to over $60,000 for a starting teacher without any kind of background other than 4 years of college. It's a wide gamut. So what we did is we took the average of those starting salaries, $42,560. That's what the formula you're going to see. That's just the teacher, and we still left it at 1 to 25 for K through 2 and grades 3 through 12 at 30 to 1. You know, the Department of Education recommends that it be dropped down 5 students at each level, but we're funding it 1 to 25 and 1 to 30. Maybe we ought to be looking at what is elementary ed. Maybe we ought to be looking at maybe K through 3, K through 4, and then upper intermediate levels and high school. These are things that we should be looking at as a legislative body. We haven't been doing it.
Representative Ladd, in an effort to sharpen our focus, isn't it correct that the list in your bill and the list in the Estabrook study and the list in the Conval decision are precisely convergent, with the only exception being nurses?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Damon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, or questions plural, I think. So is it correct, first of all, that your intent in doing this is to be more specific in the statute about what the elements of an adequate education are?
Yes.
Okay. So you noted in your introduction some references of how things have changed since the 2008 Estabrook report. I concur. And based on that, one of my questions is, it puzzles me that paraprofessionals are not included as essential. Could you comment on that, please?
The paraprofessionals, and I go back to that study there, that they indicated that those people are taking on the tasks as directed by a classroom certified teacher. The certified teacher is the one that's providing the opportunity for an adequate education. There are a lot of tools available, and that depends upon, here you're now talking about some schools don't use the paras simply because maybe they have enough staff to cover those costs. Maybe the ratio is 1 to 20 instead of 1 to 25 or 1 to 30. I think there's a lot of local decision-making, like in the negotiated agreement. There's negotiated agreements which govern what you're going to be paying a teacher, and that's going to vary all over the board as well. We just talked about it. And the same thing with the paras. You know, some districts are increasing dramatically in the cost of a paraprofessional. In the district I have, a small district, we had over $500,000 in paraprofessionals.
Yeah, Paul. Thank you. Well, I would certainly recognize that there is a difference in expertise and education between teachers and paraprofessionals. It seems to me in the districts that I represent, paraprofessionals are a very important cost-effective part of the team. And if we don't include them as necessary elements, we are essentially saying we need more teachers at a greater cost.
If that's a question, I would say there's other elements or considerations that have to be taken in. How you structure your school in terms of use of staff. I can recall when I walked into a school which we had not the math scores I'd like to see. So there was a certain period during the day, there was an intermediate school, grades 3 through 6. We had roughly around 500 kids in the school. We decided we were going to teach math at the same time. Every staff member in that school, that certification K through 8, whether it's a PE teacher, a music teacher, taught math. So when we taught math, the student could go to where the math that his or her level was being taught without being tracked. We looked at the achievement scores every quarter, and we saw growth. The child moved to the level that they belonged at. We did not need a lot of paras, seeing that we had staff that we were using wisely to address the priority issue that we had in that particular school, and that was raise our math scores.
Representative Burton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The average teacher salary he used was $57,000, and he said that was conservative. But my question is, I'm interested in, I did a lot of work in accreditation at the post-secondary level. I used to do consulting and all that. How do those standards fit in with this? I honestly don't know what they are, but is this list compliant with what the accrediting agencies would like to see in an elementary school, or how is that accounted for?
When I worked for the Northwest Association of Schools and Colleges, like NEASC, and did the traveling around and doing the visitations and sites throughout Alaska, as I was a principal too, that was a self-evaluation done by that particular school district that we are going to in conjunction with what those elements are that we come in and assess. It was oftentimes designed by the local school district, and are they meeting the standards of that district? And so where you're going in terms of how it's done, especially when you're doing K through 8s or right up through junior high school or high school, the self-assessment, this is one of the reasons why we had the NEASC report as a way that we could address the input accountability system. And we had a recommendation come from the Department of Education that we no longer use that they use the same statewide methodology of assessment for all, and not use the NEASC report. They use the narrative and the survey sent out by the Department of Education, so we know where everybody is. So I don't know what NEASC is, or NETCHI is doing today in terms of their standards. I haven't looked at that. But that was a few years back, my experience I had.
I can tell you they're trying to maintain their independence from the federal government.
Okay, I think we have covered the ground, and since this, our sponsor is a member of the committee, we can have further discussion and debate within the committee. So thank you very much, Representative Ladd. And Caitlin Bernier has asked to speak. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. I don't have the spreadsheet that you guys, or the papers that you received from Representative Ladd. So I want to respond to what he had testified about first. This would removing a librarian is different than the library media that they have on here. You would be taking away the time that the K through 4 students have going to specials, which is library, and getting to pick out a book that they bring home and they work on reading, and then they work on learning different things. And yeah, we don't have the card catalog things that we used to have anymore, but it is really important, and it feels like removing that would be a detriment to our districts. And when Representative Ladd had spoken about how we should be using textbooks, he also kind of spoke about technology. The reason textbooks might not be utilized as much is because some of the curriculum that we are utilizing in school districts now don't use actual textbooks. They use programs that are on technology, on computers, on your Chromebook. Wit and Wisdom costs, first year that we got it was over $200,000 for all of us to implement all of that. And then it's not as much going forward, but that doesn't fall under tax. It doesn't in our auditing, so it has to be put under something separate. So it feels like we're not fully understanding some of the things. I read that it removes specialized arts and language from the support staff list, which would obviously be very terrible for all of our schools. When he spoke about our bus routes, we did a bus route audit in our town because of the narrative that buses are half empty, because that's a narrative going around. And we found that that was false, and that our buses have at least 1.5 kids per seat when they arrive at school. Half meaning like some, don't have 2, one has 2 and one might have 1. So on average, it's the 1.5. Most of them had 2, but there were at the high school definitely a lower amount. And they find that that's after like the beginning of the year, because kids go to driver's ed and then they get to drive their parents' van around, and they're really excited for that. Who do you think is going to absorb the cost of the obvious transportation students are still going to need to access their education? It's your local property taxpayers. I know that the response to that is that districts can choose not to fund transportation, but let's be serious. Your rural town constituents are not going to make their children walk 3 miles to school in the morning. That's not it. And you can't just say, well, then they can drive them. What about the people that are working really early in the morning? What are they supposed to do? This is disparate. You're making divides and stepping in where it is not your space to do so. Paraprofessionals, that one is a legal obligation in many IEPs, and you can have districts do an audit on matching if your IEPs match how many paraprofessionals you have, and then kind of find out if maybe you're not utilizing your paras the right way. That's something that a school district at a local level gets to do, not you. You don't have that control. We do. We have legal obligations to our students, and we're going to make sure that we fulfill those. You're just trying to pick apart and dismantle the ability, your funding of public education. This bill, it erodes services defined under adequate education for things such as transportation, which districts will continue to provide, but because not all families, as I said, can transport their children to and from school. This will pile on to a burden that taxpayers are already facing because states are not upholding their constitutional obligation to an adequate fund public education. And I'm not even talking about the adding more money and going to 7,000. Like we're not even meeting what we're supposed to be doing. We're not getting our special ed reimbursements. We're not getting the funding that we're supposed to. The amount. We're at 50th of all the states. That's not a good thing. And yes, local property taxpayers are the ones that are taking on that burden. And they elected you, and they didn't elect you to add more onto their local property taxes under education so that we can further the divide between public education and those that can afford to educate a different way. Your constituents are at a breaking point, and bills like this are not the solution that we need. Public education teaches 90% of New Hampshire's children's. And these are the children that are the future of Granite State. They're our future leaders. They're the ones that are going to take care of you in the nursing homes, if you can get there. They are the ones that are going to be here for us and looking out for the next generations. And we owe it to them to provide an adequate education. This bill does not help your constituents, and it does not help children, and it does not support the future of New Hampshire, as we already have an aging population and are struggling to attract younger families. The definition of an adequate education is already insufficient, and further gutting the definition continues to add to the disparity between what the state will or is supposed to pay for and what they are downshifting onto hardworking property taxpayers in the Granite State. Thank you, and I'm happy to hear answer any questions.
Representative Popovich Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here again. I thought I heard you say that this is not our area to offer, to work in because you already have legal mandates on how to. Where do you think those legal mandates come from?
The IDEA, where for IEPs, for paraeducators, the legal obligation for you to provide the IEPs, that all of those, I don't think that's you personally.
So every legal mandate you're aware of is federal, is that what you're saying?
No, but I was referring to paraprofessionals in my statement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Tebow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You say that this bill guts the definition of adequate education, specifically pointing to library and media specialists and transportation. But it specifically says in the bill, in lines 9 and 11 respectively, that those are included in the definition of an adequate education. So does that not make your testimony and your point invalid?
No, it says library/media specialist, and that's different from a librarian.
Go ahead.
How?
We have both in our district in just one school. A librarian is, they have a training and background on all different areas, whereas our media specialist, our library media specialist, handles more of the technology things and helps students with those areas and adds that to some of the lessons that they do.
One further follow-up.
Okay.
Could a library media specialist not also just do the role of a librarian?
It depends on the volume of the school. In our school, you have the library as a special, like a unified arts special during the day. So you have students constantly going to the library in having working with the librarian, not just going to the library, you pick out a book, but you have a lesson that you have, and then you get to pick out books and things like that. So the media specialist how would you do any of those other things if that person is busy? They wouldn't be able to.
Okay, Representative Burton and Representative Fellows next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Judge Ruoff's decision is in very plain English for a change. On transportation, he observes that students cannot access the opportunity for a constitutionally adequate education without getting to school. Is that true?
Yes.
Could it follow on? He also observes that the evidence amply demonstrates 315 funding level in 2008 and 2018, But as the evidence indicates, the transportation costs now exceed 1,000 per pupil, and that's the allowance he put in to arrive at his decision. Would you agree that that's a more accurate figure?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you. If you look over here, there's a book that is full of the legal requirements that apply to education. And seems like every year the legislature is passing a dozen or more bills or changes that go into that book. I'm wondering, through this list that we have of people to make sure that the school district is complying with all of these regulations, if you think maybe the principal is supposed to keep track of all of these?
Thank you for the question. I think that that is a great insight that principals now, as we are, aware times change, aren't able to sit and do, or not necessarily sit, but able to do those administrative things. They are with students. They are the backup for a lot of the different emphasis that we might have, and they're part of the teams that respond. They would be insufficient to be able to complete all of those mandates, and having the administrators, and not the administrative assistant, but administration is really who is able to help do that. Thank you.
Representative Bricky.
So you might not have counted it up, but there were actually 52 changes to what had to happen in education last year. 52 that we passed. Is it not true that it actually rests with the superintendent of the schools to meet all the requirements of an adequate education? And no place in this bill or any other bill our superintendent or is the cost of a superintendent in here. What's your take on that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, and that kind of also goes to what Representative Fellows was saying, that the cost for the superintendent, the business administrator, the administrative hours is the director of the curriculum. Those are the people that are ensuring that we're following and getting all of those things, and the cost of the superintendent is not included and will be adding more to what local taxpayers are feeling. And then that leads into that narrative of that administrators aren't doing anything, but you just showed me 52 things they're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Representative Colcom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your testimony, you referenced several times that we don't have the authority to put certain things in place, and that the local control has that authority, or you believe should have that authority. Are you aware or familiar with the differences between a Dillon rule state and a home rule state?
Thank you for the question. I am not aware of that.
So New Hampshire is a Dillon rule state that, if I may, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a Dillon rule state, and with that authority, we allow we grant the authority to the local districts or the cities, towns, municipalities on what they cannot do. It's not the opposite. So the local authorities do not tell the state what they can do, but rather the opposite, which is what we're doing here through our legislation.
Thank you for letting me know.
Okay, let's leave it at that then.
Oh, looks like there's follow-up.
Yes, Representative Ames.
Get in your way.
And then
Well, it may help with respect to your answer to the question that was just asked to look closely at, and I'll share this with the opening statute of section of the statute on adequate public education, which is not part of this handout that we just got. It's a selective handout. And it says that it's the purpose of this chapter about adequate public education to ensure that appropriate means are established to provide an adequate education through an integrated system of shared responsibility between state and local government. In this system, the state establishes minimum standards for public school approval and academic standards for inclusion and delivery of educational services at the local level. School districts then have responsibility and flexibility in implementing diverse educational approaches to instruction and curriculum tailored to meet student needs. So I think I'm seeing there, and this is the opening salvo of a comprehensive statute that includes something about resource elements, but a lot of other important provisions that maybe answering the question that you were asked is not such a simple matter. And that there's a broader context that we need to consider, and that's always going to be there, regardless of how, at some point or other, there's an attempt to narrow down to some subpart component of the educational responsibility that we are sharing with. And would you agree that what I just said is true?
Yes, thank you for your question. I agree that that is the beginning of it, and that it is part of shared control, and that my testimony was to speak to how we have as of now, the local control to do these things, and that we are trying to uphold our end of that, and that we absolutely work with and are here with the state, and that I agree with the definition. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I noticed on line 9, nurses are included, but we heard that nurses might be removed. Can you tell us how important you think nurses are in our schools?
Yes, thank you for the question. Nurses are very important for a few legal things. So 504s are usually for medical, well, they are for medical, but they're usually just an accommodation for medical needs, such as having diabetes or having, you could have seizures, you could have medicine that you need to take midday because you have ADHD. There's all different needs for a nurse that a teacher who doesn't have the training and the qualifications wouldn't, or a para wouldn't be able to fulfill that role, and that they play a very integral role in making sure that our schools are safe. And they also support students that may have needs, such as like if they don't have snack, or they have worn dirty pants 3 days in a row and they came in to visit them, they might give them extra pants. Like they're part of the community. They're part of the whole what makes it work. Thank you for the question.
Okay, very good. I believe all questions have been asked. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. So I have nobody else asking to appear, and with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1121.
Okay, we are now done the one bill which we have on the dock for today. We do have several bills which we are going to be looking at in terms of executing. So we are going to go into caucus at this point in time. We will caucus for a half hour here. Yes.
Okay. Do you know what bills we're going to exec? Because
Wayne, I have one.
you got the list? Okay.
The list was handed out.
Representative Burton, essentially it's all the remaining
Yeah.
two committee bills, the early bills, 6 of them.
And Rick confirmed reasons out. Rick confirmed that it was. Rick, we'll follow up on the missing minority report at noontime?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
just making sure.
yeah. Did you get a list of those bills from her like we normally get for executive?
All I got was a single sheet
Yeah.
for the current bill.
Yeah, see, that's it. Huh, she missed it.
In the folder. And I got the announcement about the vault, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay.
It does. It does. I'm sorry. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Comes to killing them. We taking a break. That was his face.
I put in an amendment.
Here is very
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. We are ready to go ahead with the exec session here for House Education Funding. We have 6 bills to exec this afternoon that will then take care of all the early bills which we have assigned to this particular committee. We will not be execing any other bills today other than the 6 early bills. The bill which was heard this morning will not be exec today. So with that, I'd like to go ahead with HB 1563. And problem is, binders grow. It's hard to find. And then your hands get dry because of the cold weather, and trying to turn a page is impossible. Okay, very good. You found a quick way there, Mr. Popovich. Okay, 1563 is a bill which relative to the special education aid formula. And I'm going to pass the gavel off to Representative Spilsbury. The gavel's right there if you need it.
Okay, opening the executive session on HB 1563. I recognize Representative Ladd for a motion.
I'd like to make the motion OTP.
OTP is the motion, seconded by Representative Damon.
Second, thank you.
And Representative Ladd, I recognize you to offer an amendment.
Yes, I'd like to offer the amendment for 1563. It's 0546H.
I will second.
Seconded by Representative Damon. Okay, Representative Ladd, you're recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This amendment is a result of our meeting throughout the first part of this session. And we recognize that the issue of how we fund special education aid, that's for the student that is high occurrence cost student, which we know we have approximately 890 kids in that category in this state. We have over 32,000 IEPs in this state, but we're talking about high occurrence costs here. And as you may recall, in this previous year, not the one we just finished, but in the previous year before that, we had allocated approximately $34 million, and the actual cost came up over $50 million. We were $16 million short, and we had to prorate that amount. We prorated it down somewhere in the neighborhood of 68%. And that was a real bomb for many local school districts. We recognize that, and we understand that we cannot continue in that fashion. We did up the proration amount to 80%, but this bill goes a little bit farther than that. So in looking through and going through the bill, right now we start funding special education costs for those students which are 3.5 times the average cost per pupil of a student. So that's roughly, I'll use the $70,000 mark, you could use 75, but 70 is good for our modern math calculations here. Now, once you're at that $70,000 mark, the state starts kicking in a percentage of the cost. And we start off with the state paying 80% and the local district 20%. What we're concerned about is we've got to drop that figure so the state starts kicking in earlier than at the $70,000 mark. We're dropping that amount down to $50,000. And you might ask, why are we dropping it down to $50,000? And it's a good question, seeing that we really don't know how many students that's going to entail because we have not been able to acquire the data from the Department of Education. Although the department has worked with us, they start collecting data once a child gets over the 3.5x. And so then those invoices start flowing into the department for reimbursement and check and calculation from them, but they're not provided until that level. So what we have coming at us in terms of costs, which might be borne by either local or state, dropping down below that, we have looked at that and we just don't have a clear understanding of what these costs might be. However, that's not stopping us from moving forward. What we'd like to do now is inject $50,000 as the base where we're going to start funding. Between $50,000 and $60,000, the state would assume 10% of that cost. and 90% would be assumed by the local district, whereas right now it's all 100% from the district. We're hoping that the 10% would start giving us a better understanding of what's going to arrive when we start looking at $60,000 and over, which we would then have the state kicking in 80% right clear up to $200,000 and the local 20%. Above $200,000, the state would kick in 90% and the local 10%. This calculation, we really do not have a firm understanding of what this will be in terms of funding. We do know that there'll be more burden placed on the state as far as funding this changed formula. Going on in the formula, we've also put in a COLA adjustment. So the COLA will adjust that amount each year with the same percentage rate as that is reflected for adequacy, 2%. Moving on in the bill, I'm now moving on to page 2. I talked about the portions at the top of that page being up to the 200,000 mark. Beginning July 1, 2028, and every year thereafter, the Department of Education shall adjust formula costs in subparagraphs A through C with an increase of 2% annually. Also, I didn't mention on the front page that effective July 1, 2029, the proration amount jumps from 80% to 90%, and we would hope that it would lead future sessions beyond that where we can get up to no proration. But that is not in the bill, seeing that we just don't know what we're dealing with in terms of exact figures right now. In looking at the bottom part in paragraph 2, on page 13, there on page 2, it identifies some of the policy decisions associated with this. And in calculating costs associated with individual students, the cost shall be incurred solely as a result of the provision of special education and related services to the student's education program pursuant to RSA 186C:7, the IEP. All services included in the claim for special education aid shall be specified and documented in an IEP and tied to the child's disability-related needs and program. Such costs shall be necessary, reasonable, and directly benefit the student's education disability needs as outlined in their IEP. The state shall provide funding to school districts to help offset such expenses, but districts shall also be responsible for a portion of the costs. And we've been doing this for a long time, and we have been sharing costs. It's kind of been lopsided in some regards to the local. And what our aim here is to try offset some of these costs so the local doesn't have to pick up as much. The district shall demonstrate and document that it has fully accessed to the maximum extent possible other available revenue sources, including Medicaid and private insurance, or provide documentation as to why other revenue sources were unavailable to the district for special education aid. If the parent or the private citizen says, I don't want my insurance, then that's it. That's documented, and you go on. It's not a mandate where that has to be used. Other available revenue sources, including Medicaid, private insurance, shall be applied by the district as offsets to reimbursable costs for special education costs reimbursed through special education aid. That's currently happening. If you have Medicaid below the 70,000 mark, that offsets later on when you're getting reimbursed. In other words, you're going to have to pick that difference up because you're getting reimbursed through Medicaid. You're going to have to pay. You're not going to collect from two sources, Medicaid and the state. The rest of what you see in here, some of the issues, when I want to read this last part also. So a pupil's local education agency, the LEA, shall provide documentation on the specific costs being claimed for each student. If there are questions about an LEA's claim and its costs are not documented, the claim may be disqualified. And that's true right now. If you don't document, you don't get paid. Appropriate documentation is included in the IEP for each student. All services including the claim shall be specified in the IEP and tied to the child's disability-related needs and programs. All documentation should connect each cost to the IEP, demonstrated that it is an actual cost of special education specific to the students. Appropriate documentation in support of the IEP may, that was changed by the department from shall to may include but not be limited to daily schedules, payroll records, and invoices. And there's a lot of flexibility in that because sometimes you have invoices for transportation, which can go two different directions, to regular ed, to special ed. And so you got to be careful in that. They discern and they work through that. So this is the bill. It's an attempt to try to address the issue of the extreme costs which are faced our local school districts. And I've explained the costs. I'll do it for the last time at this meeting for this bill. We know that differentiated aid amounts to $68 million per year, approximately $68 million. We know that IDEA provides $50 million. We know that special education costs on the special education aid approximates $50 million. 50, 50, and 68, $168 million. The actual costs for special education are close to $1 billion, $977 million. So the bulk of it is being paid by the local districts. And that's the primary purpose here, is to get some documentation, but also to try to find out as we move down lower and we drop the costs where the state starts kicking in, we get that data availability from the department. They're working on data programs. They don't have it in place as of this point in time. I worked with the commissioner a couple of nights, about a week and a half ago, right up to about 5:30 at night. And I said, okay, what would happen if we had to get all this information provided by paper and pencil and all that? She laid out about 6 or 7 different papers to me right there on one child. And if we have to do that for 32,000 IEPs, we're creating a bureaucratic nightmare, extreme costs at the local level for inputting, and the same for the state in terms of trying to deal with getting that into some kind of a database. That's why we do need that database, and that they're working towards. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Ladd, for bringing this bill forward and the amendment, which I think it's fair to say that it is a wonderfully remarkable thing that the two sides are coming together on this important work. Our districts are really, really desperate for this help. And I want to acknowledge that it will benefit not only the financial status of the districts, but therefore the resources that are available for all students as we continue the responsibility of meeting IEPs in a more equitable way, I would say. We do have a couple questions about some language in the amendment. It may be just a question of getting some clarity on the meaning, but let me ask if I may. On page 2, lines 16 and 17, where it reads, well, I'll read the whole paragraph. A district shall be deemed eligible for special education aid when the costs associated with an individual student, after offsets applied by the district for the benefit of the student or for other available revenue sources, exceed $50,000 of the expenditure per pupil. So we'd like some information. It seems like those offsets are the same funding sources that are referenced further down, meaning Medicaid and private insurance. Is it something different than that?
No,
or is it somewhat redundant to say this?
It's perhaps it's redundant. It's aimed at primarily the Medicaid, if they're applying. Remember when we had Henry Lipman come in and testify in front of the committee here? And he said that, you know, it's costly to apply because sometimes it costs more for the labor than they're getting in return from Medicaid, but also that the amount of money that we're receiving as a state from that is somewhere around, I recall, around $5.5 million, of which we're leaving, again, more than half of that, probably a lot more than that, upwards towards, well, it was about like another $5-6 million on the table we're not applying for. Those are the offsets which we need to get. Now, if a parent has also got private insurance and they want to offset these costs and use their private insurance, they're more than welcome to. But those would be, if the district collects money or is able to submit those and it pays for it, then we don't want to have to again pay for it because it's already been paid for by the Medicaid or the insurance.
Representative Damon, I would like to further clarify. It's the same, but it's not redundant, because what the language is doing below is saying you should pursue those sources. What this is doing is establishing how you measure that you've exceeded 50,000.
Yeah.
It's net of offsets.
Thank you. May I continue?
You may.
So in that same Roman numeral 7, lines 15 to 7, well, 16 to 17. If we bracket, for purposes of discussion, the phrase "for the benefit of the student and for other available revenue sources," it should be apparent from the IEP that any services that are being funded through these offsets or any other part of the funding for IEPs is for the benefit of the student. So there is some concern about how that phrase might be interpreted. It seems perhaps concerning. Why do we need to state for the benefit of the student? All the IEPs are for the benefit of the student. It's nothing to call out separately.
I'm trying to understand what you think might be misinterpreted, but aren't those words here for the purpose of talking, of essentially defining these costs as pertaining to that individual?
I think it can be interpreted.
That, I believe, is the purpose of the phrasing. It's to indicate that you've identified costs associated with this individual student.
Well, it says with an individual student. I'll move on for the moment.
I might interject that language came straight from the state of Arkansas, and maybe we can contact them. That doesn't make it good and bad or in between, but I think the intent is exactly like Representative Spilsbury mentioned.
And then, bear with me a second. Still on page 2, going to line 24, where it says such costs shall be necessary, reasonable, directly benefit the student's education and disability needs as outlined in their IEP. I think again, and I will say, we like this bill overall. We're just trying to be careful with the language to accomplish what we're all trying to accomplish in a way that will be understood and hold up well in districts going forward. That phrase that I just read is not needed. We believe it should simply say such costs shall be documented in their IEP. By definition, if it's in the IEP, they are necessary. They do directly benefit the student's education and disability needs. They wouldn't be in the IEP if that weren't so. And the word reasonable is in the eye of the beholder, which quite frankly makes us nervous.
My own reading of that same phrase is it is more redundant because it simply is it's parroting back a condition of an IEP.
Exactly.
But for that exact reason, I think it's also harmless. I don't think it adds anything, and therefore deleting it doesn't achieve anything, I don't think. What I'm thinking, to be more explicit, is that we have a deadline tomorrow in executive session that's underway, and if we don't see a compelling reason to amend it, it would be very nice to be able to pass it.
We would also very much like to pass it today, and it isn't too late to get an amendment if we think it's necessary. Although, granted, we would have to expedite.
Amen.
Yes, Representative Ladd, would like to respond?
There are going to be, anytime you look at a bill like this, areas which language can be tweaked. And that's why it will be going to a second committee. But I concur, and if we can put it into the record, that such costs shall directly benefit the student's education and disability needs as outlined in their IEP. Now, reasonable, we've had that discussion before, and I think Representative Spilsbury, being an attorney, tried to defend, is that a word, for reasonable? That it's all through law, but
Usually when the word reasonable is placed in a law, they're trying to allow for some latitude. And therefore, the discretion of the IEP committee is enhanced. Would you agree, Representative Ames?
attorney to attorney.
On the spot now.
Pressure.
I retired a while ago.
Nice, Dick. I will, at least for the moment, and there may be others who wish to speak, move on to one last piece that is, in fact, I think, significant. The proposed requirement in lines 27 through 30 regarding the Medicaid and private insurance. We are concerned about the difficulty of knowing in a timely manner what reimbursements will come from Medicaid and private insurance. As I think probably most folks sitting around the table may well have personally experienced, you don't necessarily get insurance reimbursement simply because you thought you qualified for it. It takes time. There's often a denial, an appeal, a back and forth. So we're uncertain if the reimbursements from those offsets have to be known before the state is going to pay their share as outlined in the bill. There may be considerable delay in getting those reimbursements. So we would like to consider an alternative language in that regard. We're not saying remove the offsets, simply concerned about the timing of getting state reimbursement, waiting for them.
So in that respect, wouldn't you agree that the provision on lines 29 and 30 is in part specifically to account for that kind of time lag, or provide documentation as to why other revenue sources were unavailable to the district for special education aid? I'm sure that the Department of Education will have some rulemaking, and I doubt very much that would be grounds for for being a problem with this. I think you're supposed to demonstrate and document, and then you can also document what you can't provide.
So sorry.
Just trying to answer your question. So Representative Ladd wants to.
Yeah, in working with the department, they currently are doing this, that you are supposed to be accessing Medicaid dollars, and they're not going to pay out anything until they know you've accessed. And in fact, they're going to send stuff back when they see it should have occurred. Medicaid is something they're chasing too right now. And it says fully accessed, and if you've accessed it, and you've also, it's in the loop to being paid, then I think you're fine. I think that we're trying to ensure here that we're not going to be paying out anything until we know that everything's been fully accessed.
To the maximum extent possible.
To the maximum extent possible. So it doesn't mean paid, it means accessed.
Thank you both. So if I am clear.
I think we're working towards the same objective.
We is clear. What that section is intending to say is that districts have made effort. They've asked the parents or guardians for the consent to submit to Medicaid and private insurance. They've gone ahead with the submission, and then they can get state reimbursement contingent on maybe that reimbursement will be forthcoming and maybe it won't. Is that how you are interpreting this?
To release Medicaid money, you got to have parent permission to begin with.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So, and if you're going to get private insurance, the parent's got to sign off that. Parent could very well check off box, I don't want my private insurance done. Boom, done. And if the parents signed off on accessing Medicaid, boom, it's done too, and it's on its way. Now, whether it's a request that's legitimate according to Medicaid is something that has to be decided by that HHS. I think that the purpose here is to make sure that something's been fully accessed to the best methods possible. And with that, then you're fine. I just wanting to make sure that we are doing it. There may be some districts which are not applying for it right now. In fact, I have heard that there are some that aren't doing it for various reasons.
Yeah, I think so.
You okay?
I'll speak up, but not as a lawyer.
Thank you, Representative Ames. I'll take you on insurance.
Okay. So I think this discussion has really been fruitful. It's part of a record. I don't know how good the records are around here, but it's part of the background for going forward on this bill. And I think nothing can be, and it's impossible to anticipate all the pitfalls that may be in front of us. But this is, as far as I can see, a very good start, particularly with the strength of this discussion. It's very clear that we want to maximize revenues wherever they may come from without getting in the way of legitimate costs and needs.
Thank you very much for those comments. Representative Burton.
I just want to mention, looking around the table, I'm the only one who was here when we wrote the original special ed law, and I was on that committee. And over the course of a summer, we not only learned about disabilities, we learned about the potential of students, the BIA, business leaders, and everyone else, that this program works. If we don't get everybody to their fullest potential, we're losing out in the long run. The other thing I'd just like to point out is that, and I'm going to say this in public, a federal judge ruled that the I in DEI that's in House Bill 2 would have ended special education. And that is now under a permanent restraining order. And I would call on the majority party to amend House Bill 2 if there's any way to do it and just remove that language, because while it's in there, it's a threat to all 32,000 IEPs in this state. And I think it's time we actually made a full commitment and took that out of there, because the language in New Hampshire law under I are disabilities. And as the judge said, you can't ask for students to disclose disabilities at the same time you're prohibiting them from asking about disabilities. I fully support this. I think it's a great bill, but I just wanted to make those two comments. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? All right. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call. We can do a show of hands. Thank you very much. I think a show of hands seems appropriate, given the mood of the room. So this is Amendment 0546H. All those in favor, raise hand.
I continue to want a picture of this scene.
Okay. And just to be sure, anybody opposed? None. So 18-0, the amendment is adopted. And Representative Ladd, I look to you for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of OTPA with Amendment 0546H.
Thank you. And seconded by Representative Damon. Very good. Do we need any further discussion?
No.
Mr. Chair.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm voting for this, but it's with the understanding that we are only the first committee, and this will go likely go to the Finance Committee second, and we'll then get a hard look at exactly what the cost is here, and we will likely, in my opinion, have to adjust the actual numbers in the bill to make that cost somewhat affordable. So I'm worried that people might get a little excited about how much money we're spending at this moment, but this is just the beginning of a much longer process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Damon. Representative Ricky.
So I too am in support of, thank you for recognizing me. I too am in support of this bill. I think that there are things to be worked out. I don't think the things that need to be worked out are the amount of money that will be spent. But I think that I just want to be clear that Medicaid to schools is not necessarily a huge chunk of money. So if we take, and Henry Littman, he said that it was around $8 million when he came of what we could recoup. And if we were to say divide that by the 32,000 students, that'd be $250 per student. And that's an average, of course. The other thing I wanted to say about Medicaid to schools is, so we had a school board meeting last night, and we had a parent who was concerned that we weren't billing for Medicaid to schools. So our special ed director said, we have right now in the Merrimack Valley School District, we have 600 something special ed students. 361 of them are Medicaid eligible. And when she did her audit, she found out that we were only actually billing for 358. So there were 3 people that we were missing. Found out that they were actually not, the parents hadn't given permission. And it was our fault, we hadn't asked. And so she wanted to know what was the amount of money. It was less than $150 in the past year that we would have recouped for those 3 students, total 3 students. So when we're talking about, I just want to be clear that when we're talking about making sure that we bill to Medicaid for schools, we're not talking about a huge sum of money. So I think that, so when it goes to the Finance Committee, I hope that they will understand that it's not a huge sum of money. And please don't cut down the funds.
So I think those comments are very fair. I'd like to echo them. Having sat on that subcommittee, what I recall Henry Littman having told us is that we're getting about 8, theoretically could get about 13.
Oh, okay.
So your comments are right on. And how much of that remaining 5 could you get if you did every effort? You're still not going to get it all.
Right.
Fair comments.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. 2 comments. I do appreciate the effort to be more diligent with Medicaid reimbursement, and I also think we should acknowledge that it costs money to seek those reimbursements, and the same is true for private insurance. Someone is doing that work, probably a number of someone's. I also would like to reflect back to Representative McGuire's remarks and cautions, if you will, in regards to expectations from finance. Clearly, we all know that the money matters and it has to go through finance or Ways and Means, wherever it gets assigned. I would urge the members of those committees to take this with the seriousness that our citizens throughout the state take it. This isn't discretionary. This isn't a minor need. This is an effort to move in the direction that we've been talking about needing to do for multiple years. And we need to make it work financially without severe cuts. Thank you.
Further comments? I just add briefly my own. This bill is important to my district. We have an abnormally high number of IEPs in Charlestown and even more so in Newport. The very first bill I co-sponsored when I came in as a freshman was to reduce this threshold from 3.5 to 2.5. So we're moving in the right direction. I do think in fairness, that to take that increment from 60 to 75,000 and place it at the same share percentage of 80% may be too much as a first step. So I look to the Finance Committee to make judicious decisions about spending, understanding the spirit of what we've done here. And the fact that we have three of them here sitting with us gives me confidence. So any further comments?
Yeah, I'd like to just chirp in on that because I'm going to echo what Representative Damon said, that this is important. And if there's any one bill that I feel is most important that we've had in this committee, this is it. And because it's costing school districts huge amounts of money, and which that's driving property taxes up. And this is one way that we're going to have to pay these bills, but there's a lot of things that are associated with this that we got to be looking at. The bill that came up the other day, which we interim study, the Central Enterprise Resource Planning, that was something that was presented to us by Henry Lippman, that there was a school district out in Colorado set up just for the purpose of processing Medicaid. And so it took off the hands of all these small districts. This is the type of thing we need to be looking at locally in this state or through even our department doing that. And so that I think there's some structural things we can do that are going to give us some of these efficiencies of scale that we need in terms of how we're supporting students with these IEPs. So this is an extremely important bill, and I would hope that we do everything we can in Division 2 and later on in Finance to support this end. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Burton?
Just one more thing that hasn't been mentioned yet. When we passed the special ed law in the late 80s, the federal government had pledged 40%, I think. And now we're down to what, 8%, something like that. And so we still need to keep pressure on them. But meanwhile, we've got to do our job. Thank you.
We're down somewhere between 5 and 6%. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I think we've exhausted discussion. And I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of OTPA.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovici,
Yes.
Clerk, yes, Representative Mahagan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Burton,
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Bricky,
Yes.
Representative Chrétien,
Yes.
Representative Weinstein,
Yes.
Representative Thibault,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
18-0.
18-0. Congratulations. So I believe we'll put this on consent. Excellent.
You have money.
Ah, okay, correct. Thank you for clarifying.
Nice try.
Finance people are.
But that doesn't mean that we have to do any major debate. It will be on the floor.
And I just want to add a note of thanks to the chair for sitting down and figuring out some very complicated questions and getting to a set of answers that are in this amendment and allow us to take one step towards a better place. We're not there yet because we got to go through the House floor and so forth. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that compliment, Representative Ames and Representative Damon. Maybe perhaps we can work together to make sure that the whole intent and concept behind this makes it all the way and gets implemented.
Absolutely.
Extremely important, and I appreciate your background in lawyering the special ed domain down in Massachusetts. Thank you. Okay, we're at the next bill down on the list, and I'm going to whack out the two special ed bills first here. So I'm jumping down to 1535.
1835.
1835. And I look to Representative Spilsbury for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL on HB 1835.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Popovich, would you like to speak to your motion? Motion made by Representative Spilsbury, second by Representative Popovich. Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you. I don't want to say a lot about it, but I think what we've just done with 1563 speaks for the direction that the committee wants to take the topic of special education funding this year.
Representative Popovich? Further comment? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are respectful and agree with the priority of 1563 in our collaborative vote just now. But we would request a consideration of changing the motion on 1835 to interim study. We believe that there is some valuable substance in this bill, and we'd like to just leave it in reserve where, especially given that we're in the second year of the term, likely absolutely nothing will happen with it. But frankly, we don't want to vote against this. We would like to interim study it with the majority. Please consider that.
Any further discussion? I believe we discussed before earlier that, thank you very much for making your request public. Any further discussion on the bill, 1835? We have a motion on the floor to ITL 1835. Representative Brown, are you ready?
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes?
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovici,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Devault,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10-8 passes.
Okay. The minority motion on that is OTP, right? There's no amendment, anything like that?
No, it's interim study.
Oh, interim study, okay.
I'll do the minority report.
Okay. On minority reports, a reminder, before we head out the door today. Okay, going on down now to, the next one is 1574.
Yeah, this is standard.
Pardon me?
Standard.
No, yeah, I got that. I'm just trying to find the bill. Okay. I'd like to recognize Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move OTP on HB 1574.
And is there?
Second that?
Yes, Representative Weinstein seconds the motion. So we have a motion made by Representative Popovich, second by Representative Weinstein. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Popovich?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I would like to first make a motion to adopt amendment 0632H for HB 1574.
Can you say that number again, please? I'm sorry.
0632H.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure I had the right one.
That's it right there.
I do have it.
Does everybody have a copy of that amendment?
Yeah, we did. We just got it.
I'm good.
Tony, Representative Weinstein passed it out right after lunch.
There are so many papers.
Yes.
I mean, the chair appears to have a system.
A system? I'm abstract random up here. Yeah, you're concrete sequential. Okay, are we all ready here? Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief speaking to the amendment, and frankly, what I say about the amendment is pretty much what I need to say about the bill, so I'll only speak it once. This is a bill that started with a very good intent, but language with significant technical challenges. And I'm really proud of how people on every side of this committee contributed to achieving the goal of, pushing this policy goal forward while cleaning the language so we can achieve that policy goal without burdening the, students or the school districts or the Department of Education any more than we have to. I also want to point out that in the amendment, we got updated data from the DOE, which allows us to say with a high degree of comfort that the amount of 80,000 that is allocated will be more than enough to cover this. This takes a lot of pressure off the, finance department too, because we know that essentially all the preliminary work is done, and I would urge everybody to support this amendment and then support the bill as amended. Thank you.
Representative Weinstein?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I just want to echo Representative Popovich-Muller's comments and thank him and Representative Erf and Representative Fellows for the work in making sure that this bill moved forward. So, during testimony and during deliberations, we talked a little bit about the amount of money, and it really is in the grand scheme of things, it's a tiny amount of money, but every dollar matters to our districts. So I thank you for your support of this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am grateful for the persistent collaborative work across the aisles on this bill. And I have to say, I am so excited that we are perhaps succeeding, however small an impact it is, with a bill to feed needy people. And I hope we can find a way to work collaboratively on a more extensive bill in the future.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll
On the amendment.
on the amendment?
Vice Chairman Spilsbury.
Yes.
Want to do a hand?
You can do the hand, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Those opposed? So it's unanimous in support of the amendment. Now we have to have a motion made on the main motion now. Representative Popovich?
I'd like to move OTPA on HB 1574 as amended with amendment 0632H.
I'll second that.
Yep. So we have a motion made by Representative Popovich, second by Representative Weinstein for 1574 OTPA with the amendment which we just passed. Any further discussion? Okay, go for it, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
No.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Colcom. Yes. Representative Popovici.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Mahegan.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Thibault.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Burton.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Bricky. Yes. Representative Chrétien.
Yes.
Representative Weinstein.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
It passes 17-1.
Good with putting it in consent? No, it can't. Jeepers, that's right. It's a finance bill. How much is that worth? It's what, $50,000-$60,000, folks?
More than 10,000.
More than 10,000.
This bill allocates $80,000,
Okay.
any appropriates.
Yeah.
And anything greater than 10,000 can't be put
I
on
got it.
consent.
That doesn't mean it has to be.
Mr. Chair, if I may suggest, it will be the shortest floor speech ever. I promise you that.
Okay, so we'll put on the regular calendar, and what was the final vote, Madam Clerk?
17.
17-1. Good. So there is a majority report written by Representative Popovich. Is there going to be a short blurb for the minority?
Sure.
Okay, we got it. Get them in by the time you leave today. Next one going down on the list here is 1776. That was a good year for our country. Okay, 1776, requiring higher educational institutions to report the reception of foreign grants, donations, and contracts to the Department of Education and the General Court. I recognize Representative Peoples for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move interim study on 1776 FN.
Is there a second for that? Yes, Representative Damon.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative Peoples, interim study, and second by Representative Damon. Further discussion from the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. There's some structural problems in the language in this bill, and also it's not really clear without further work to see what the actual cost would be in the overhead to the university system.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. I think the university system has a number of concerns with this. It's not apparent that it is needed in light of what the federal statute is. So we are pleased to more or less set it aside.
Any further discussion on this bill? So we have a motion on the table for interim study. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovici,
Yes.
Clerk, yes, Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Thibault,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Burton,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Bricky,
Yes.
Representative Chrétien,
Yes.
Representative Weinstein,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
18-0.
I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative, pardon me? Oh, yeah, is that in consent? Any problems there? How did that ever get on to with an FN? Fine, I'm looking at you, don't fiscal mortal. Okay. Next bill is HB 1799. Relative to required state funding for providing an opportunity for an adequate education. And that off to Representative Spilsbury.
Okay, opening the executive session on HB 1799. I recognize Representative Ladd.
Make a motion ITL.
TL, second. Representative Popovici Muller, seconds. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you very much. This bill, 1799, is loaded with a number of issues associated with how we fund education. It starts off with a section which is dealing with taxation and the statewide education property tax. Moves on down through areas which even discussing the resource elements that we were discussing earlier today. Very similar to what we had discussed today. And then going on the other parts, which I would like to speak to, are on page 5. We're talking about the cost of education being $7,379.56. I find that extremely high, and some are going to say no, it's extremely low, but I am concerned that it's a figure that, to me, has been created outside the domain of the legislature. And so with that, and lastly, there is on this bill, a funding commission established, and we've had commission after commission after commission, and this one is looking at property revenues, income revenues, and enterprise revenues. And this representative is totally oppositional to income revenues in this state. So I will not say anything further on the bill.
Okay. Further comments? Would the seconder like to address the bill? Okay. Yes, Representative Ames.
Yeah, I'll be short. As you all know, it's a bill that I've sponsored, and the other co-sponsors are listed. It's a comprehensive bill. One of my great regrets in speaking here at this moment is that there's been no work session on this bill. We just it's an early bill. There hasn't been much time to work it. It's very complicated. I acknowledge all of that, but here we are in executive session making statements in response to a motion to kill it. It's designed to be responsive to the court rulings that occurred just this last summer, not long ago, that once again affirmed that the state needs to be more in supporting education in our public schools than it is now doing. And there was in fact a detailed, I think, a 2-week trial that in which the state had every opportunity to set forward why the current level of funding is sufficient, and the other side had their opportunity. The trial judge came out with the numbers that you see in this bill, roughly, and then the Supreme Court took a look at it and said the trial court had done his job, the judge, and that they agreed with his conclusions. So this bill is the way in which we, those of us who support this, have stepped forward to try to do what we're supposed to do under the Constitution, and then to address the very difficult issue as well of how the heck we're going to fund this thing, and it's very expensive, without a doubt. And what this bill does, it says that it will be effective in terms of the new funding level in fiscal year 2028, and that prior to that, there will be a budget that will be developed for that biennium, and that budget will be developed with the help of a report from a special committee that's responsibility under the bill is not to say do it this way or do it that way, but to identify options. Then that new legislature, this is for the next biennium, will have an opportunity to respond to that information, to fund it as best they can. Perhaps that new legislature will go the other direction and say, if this were to be enacted, and go in a different direction. The legislature can do that. I don't recommend it, but it just sets the stage and goes forward and responds to a very serious constitutional duty that we have, and tries to work it out. And I hope that this ITL is voted down and that we can go forward to ought to pass, but we'll certainly go to the floor and speak to this if it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ames. Representative Bricky? Your mic's on. Representative Burton?
I have to somewhat disagree with the chair's comment about the role of the courts. The 3 branches of government are put in place to be checks on each other as well as support each other. And in fairness, I'd just like to read what Judge Roof said briefly in his conclusion. The court recognizes the significant implications of this order and the potential for political strain. However, the court cannot ignore the substantial evidence put forth by the plaintiffs, evidence that amply demonstrates the insufficiency of the existing base adequacy and figure. In light of that evidence, the state's mid-trial motion for a directed verdict is in fact denied. So I think it's important to respect the court and their opinion and the unbelievable amount of research the court did on this question. And I just wanted to make that clear that we do respect the court as an equal partner with us in making laws in this state. Thank you.
Representative Popovich Miller.
Thank you. I respect the courts, and I expect the courts to respect the Constitution. I also respect the amount of work they have put in it, while I can also see that it is a drop in the a tiny drop in a humongous bucket compared to the amount of work this legislature put in that work. So I hear you, and I acknowledged as much as I could from what you said.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to acknowledge and thank Representative Ames for his very substantial work on this very substantial legislation, and express my regret that we did not create a work session to thoroughly address what was proposed. I believe that it is the most important role and responsibility of this committee. We are the Education Funding Committee, to respond to the substantial evidence that the court cited and do a better job of how the state funds adequacy for all school children. I respect the Constitution, I respect our three-branch system of government, and I think we have not fulfilled our obligation here at all.
Further comments? I'll just add my own very briefly. Representative Ames crafted an ambitious bill in part because it's got 7 sections that could easily have been 6 independent bills. And perhaps certain elements of it would have fared better if segregated. I had a series of conversations with Representative Ames in the hope of salvaging 3 or maybe 4 of the 7 sections, but I didn't find a coalition of that would support any amendment variant that I was able to come up with. So I think, unfortunately, since I have to add my own name to, I cannot accept all of the elements of this bill. So without a compromise, I think, unfortunately, it's going to be ITL. So if there are no further comments, then the clerk can call the roll on the ITL motion.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Irf,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovici,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Thibault,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
and Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
and Chairman Spilsbury, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, 10-8, ITL passes.
Okay.
Okay, again, need the reports by close of shop today.
Representative Ames.
Pardon me? Yeah, Representative Ames, pardon me?
Representative Ames will do the
Yeah,
minority.
that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, the next bill which we have is 1831. Pardon me? Oh. I don't either. I thought I heard something down there. Oh, okay. 1831 is a bill dealing with our adequacy formula and how it's allocated out to the city of Manchester. Repealing the Education Trust Fund targeted aid cap. With that, I look to Representative Erf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion that was made by Representative Erf and second by Representative Popovich. Representative Erf, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, if I might, I'd like to send out a handout. There are 2 pages to this, so you'll take the top 2 pages off of the chart. You'll have 2 pages of a spreadsheet and skip over the chair and the vice chair and get to Pam because you already have them. Yes. And I'll wait for you all to have those since my presentation kind of depends on it. Really, I counted very carefully, but I've got more. I literally counted them off.
Is that the way you count on finance?
I counted them many, many times. How many more do you need?
How many do you need over there?
Looks like we're shy one.
Here, take one.
The clerk usually needs 2.
No, you can have that.
I've done before.
Yeah, you do too.
Are we all set? Okay. So the bill, I'm sorry, the bill
Next one for the,
is talking about something that's happening in the school year that starts in 28. And what I want to do is provide some history as to how we got here and why that bill has come forward. So we need to go back to the biennium before this one, when we're currently in, when the extraordinary needs grant was dramatically modified. And it was modified to heavily bias the increases in adequacy aid from the state to Manchester, and at the to the detriment of all the other districts across the state, excuse me. And then in this current biennium, in response to that, when we realized what had happened with the disparity in distribution of aid, the Finance Committee of the House did 2 things. One, we capped the aid of Manchester in both the school year that begins this year in 27 and 26, as well as the ones going forward from that. At the same time, we added a new grant called Fiscal Capacity Disparity Aid. And that is based on the property value, the equalized property value per pupil of all of the, across the board. And that also is capped. So let me now go through the spreadsheet and describe what's actually being shown here in front of you. Excuse me. So starting from the left-hand side, the first year is fiscal year 23. So that is the year before the changes were made, before any changes were made. And I'm showing 3 items under there. The number of pupils, that's the ADM. So then New Hampshire is about 160,000 total. The total adequacy grant for each item on the list here. And you can see for the state, that's about $970 million. And the grant per pupil. So basically the grant divided by the ADM. And then the next 3 columns are the same values for FY '27 as projected based on the changes in law, the current law, in other words. And you have the same three values there. The next column is the percentage change over that period of time. So for the state, you can see it's 17.1%. The next value is the total property valuation across the state. And the final one is the property valuation per pupil. So you can see for the state of New Hampshire, it's roughly $2.5 million per pupil. So looking at the second line down, which is Manchester. So this is what happened to Manchester in current law. And you can look across that they got a 54, over that time period, their adequacy grant per pupil went up by over 54%. And then note what their EV per pupil is, the 1.7 million. Now, before I continue with the details of that, let me just point out to you the two sheets. The reason there are two sheets is all of the other towns that are listed here include all of the towns who benefited from the Fiscal Capacity Disparity Aid Grant. So you'll see this one also was capped, and many towns, the majority in fact, didn't get any benefit from the Fiscal Capacity Aid Grant, okay? Because this is all of them right here. And on the right-hand column is listed their EV per pupil numbers. Of course, the percentages are also listed there, and we'll go through that. But down at the very bottom of the second page, just to give you an idea of ranges for both the changes in the percentage changes and the EV changes, it shows you the high, the average, the median, and the low. Relative, just not including Manchester, so just including the towns that got the Fiscal Capacity Disparity Aid bump. And you'll notice in particular that no town, well, maybe there was one. No, I take it back. No town had higher EV per pupil than Manchester. In other words, all of these towns were less property wealthy than Manchester, okay? And then look to the percentage changes, high, medium, and low again. And some of them got close. There was a high of 44%. There's a low of actually losing money on a per EV basis. And then you can see the average there as well. So if you go down through these towns, and remember, because of the way the law was changed, and I should go back. I mentioned to you initially that when the House Finance Committee released their version of the budget this past spring, the cap on Manchester started up in school year 26-27. That was undone when it went to the Senate and the governor, okay? So, which explains one part of the reason that Manchester's growth is going to be going, actually I didn't say growth, absolute amount, will be going down again in the next school year, 28, which is what this bill is about. It's about that next year. So the first year should have been, coming up here in 26-27, that Manchester would have been, their growth would have been slowed, would not have gone down. They still would have been at a much higher rate, not quite as high as 54.3%, but likely higher than any of the other values that are on here on a percentage basis. But that was changed. So as a result, it's looking like they're getting a cut. Well, they are getting a cut in the following year, which is what this bill is intending to prevent. But by intending to prevent it, they're essentially giving Manchester an outsized portion of the money that should be distributed more fairly across the property poor countries, districts, municipalities. And this argument has been made, well, you can't just cap one person. Well, we capped a whole bunch of towns in the Fiscal Capacity Disparity Aid. So this notion that we don't cap things is just completely erroneous. The whole idea behind both the Extraordinary Needs Grant and the Fiscal Capacity Disparity Aid grants is to target funds to the property poorer, the less wealthy communities of the state. That's the whole intent of the right-hand side of the equation, and to try to do it in as equitable a way as possible via formulas. And we can talk about why we do the formulas, but that's really what we're stuck with, unfortunately. So if you just scan down through that list, and they're alphabetical. Originally, I sorted them by the EV per pupil. That was, people couldn't quickly look up their town. I remember somebody asking about that earlier. But you'll notice that some towns actually went negative, but the majority were well below the 54%. So this is the reason that I am opposed to basically saying, okay, Manchester shouldn't be capped. They just deserve more and more money. And I think others will more and more money per pupil, not total money. We're not talking about total dollars. We're talking about per pupil, per student, basically. They should get an outsized portion of the state's monies for an adequate education. So I'm glad to answer your questions if they come up in the discussion, but I think that's probably enough in terms of why I oppose this bill and think it should be ITL'd. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion from committee. Representative Creason.
I'm coming from this from a different perspective. I just think for them to pick a $5,000 cap on student a population, which just does cut out Manchester. And I know you talked about what happened and the increase they had a few years ago, doesn't change the fact that Manchester is still one of the most problematic as far as students go, the students that attend Manchester schools, as far as kids deserving this targeted aid. We have the combination of so many issues, and I know that everybody here is talking dollars and money. I'm talking about what happens on the ground. I've lived there my whole life. I worked for the district. I know you all know that. I worked in the district after I retired, and I saw that no matter how much, money came down and however it was used, it was necessary. And we're still fighting the state to give us the aid so that we don't have to increase property taxes. We have an increased amount of working poor people, people in poverty, homeless people. We have parents who would love to be able to work with their kids but are working 2 and 3 jobs, and I was one of those people as a single parent. It doesn't take away the fact that there's an increase in kids on the spectrum coming into the system, an increase in mental illness and abuse, which I could give you stories that would curl your hair. It is not, in my mind, justified to cut any funding for anyone at this time. Manchester is the largest city. It does have the most students with the most issues, and those issues continue because of the dynamics of our economics in this state and in this country. And I cannot tell you with any more vigor how much this is about the students. You can talk money, that's fine. But I am here to support the students of Manchester that I worked with, and I work with families. I've worked with so many different groups to try to help these people that are just working to keep their heads above water and who may not have the time to spend with their children like most of you have with your families. I just think that this is still unjustified. And if I could just quote, It's not about special treatment. It's about equal treatment under the law and recognizing that educating children with higher needs costs more, and that state policy should respond to reality rather than deny it. Repealing the targeted aid cap is a necessary step toward fairness, adequacy, and honesty in how we fund education in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Representative Spilsbury?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we were in an environment of infinite resources, we would be having an entirely different conversation. But the legislature fundamentally operates with constraints and finite resources. That makes allocation fundamentally necessary, inevitable, always part of the process. So I was in shock in 23 at the way the Senate altered the budget that we sent to them. And you may recall, some of you weren't here, but probably still paid attention, that the House budget was passed on a voice vote, went to the Senate, was altered radically, and I was one of a small number of Republicans that then voted against that budget when it came back. This did a lot of damage in my district. If you'll look at the line for Charlestown, you'll see that adequacy grant 4 years later is less than where it was in 23. And that's at the same time that Manchester's allocation went up by 54.3% or over $40 million. When I went back to the district after that budget was passed, and I was asked what the H happened, I said, well, essentially, the votes steered the money towards our major cities. Overwhelmingly, it went to Manchester and Nashua. And if you count the top 6 or 8 cities, I believe that accounts for 80%. So small towns all around the state came up very short in that particular cycle when finite resources were allocated. So what we attempted to do last year was to claw back 1/4 of the increase that went to Manchester. And that's what enabled us to put fiscal capacity disparity aid into the law. And that's what the rest of this list of towns is. So when you're looking at this equation, 1/4 of the anomalous increase to Manchester allowed for distribution of about $13-14 million of fiscal capacity disparity aid to all the rest of these towns. That's the nature of difficult decisions when you have finite resources, and allocation is what you have to do.
Further discussion, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that the Senate and the governor understood in the budget negotiations last year how critically important it is to the students in Manchester to receive this funding. And somehow it seems much of this committee has not gotten that memo. I would note that this very interesting chart is a selection, as Representative noted. It's the towns that benefited from fiscal capacity disparity grant in 23. But when you compare the EV per pupil for Manchester, and it's almost the same for Hillsborough, very different communities, but almost the same EV, they're the highest EV on this chart, and they're about $800,000 less than the EV across New Hampshire. So in no way should we be thinking that Manchester School District doesn't need these resources. I would certainly not be proposing to take resources away from Hillsborough or any other district. The reality is, because we continue to not make progress in creating a fair funding system that isn't based on the zip code where the child lives, we continue to be faced with these kinds of decisions, and we shouldn't have to be faced with this because we should have a much more systemic statewide approach to fair and adequate education funding. And in the meantime, until we can somehow find a coalition that's brave enough to do the work and come forward with that, we need to pass this bill and help Manchester. The cap should not be based on the number of students in the community. That has nothing to do with what the needs are. I vigorously protest the ITL. Thank you.
Further, Representative Creason?
This being my first year, I'm not privy to what happened in 2023 in finance. If somebody could enlighten me on the reasons why the increase happened at that time.
Anybody have a hand up? Representative
I assume was
I
necessary.
will very briefly state, and I will be happy to talk offline, not because, just because of the timeline that we are in and people have other committees. And this is why I'm talking now. I'm just saying I'm also available offline to give more detail than I can give here. To make a long story short, the Extraordinary Needs Grant was introduced at the time. When the budget left the House, the Extraordinary Needs Grant was supposed to be moving in slowly over a certain number of terms. When the budget ended up on the other side of the wall, that pace was immensely accelerated, resulting in the data that you heard. And look, I want to make it very clear that the concern is that it's not that somebody gets more money because they have more students. That's fine. There is nothing wrong with giving a community more money because they have students with different needs and they need more money. The problem is that what happened the previous term ended up sending an excessive amount of money to one community versus others with very similar or greater needs in terms of per students, per capita, right? So it's a problem when you use formulas. We have hundreds of school districts in this state. Every time you bring a formula, there are odd cases and, outliers in a good and a bad way. We need to continue fine-tuning. To make a long story short, this essentially is the legislature in this term trying to adjust a formula issue in a previous year, which resulted in the unfairness that, Representative Erb described at length, so I'm gonna not re-describe it, but refer to it this way. And again, this is the very short version. We could go on for a long time, and I can promise you that this is, 0.5% of the data we look at when we go through those things.
Representative Phillips?
Yes, I would just like to say that every year, this formula is on the agenda for the legislature. And every year, there are some people who like an option or dislike an option. The problem that we're having, the reason we can't solve this and get a decent formula that everybody can live with is not the formula. The problem is that we don't have sufficient revenue to adequately fund any of the formulas. And the governor last week stood in front of the legislature and went through a whole list of situations and lists of ranking of states, and went through about at least a dozen that said New Hampshire ranked 1 among all the states in the nation. Well, she forgot one of the things we rank 1 in. We rank 1 in the highest property tax expenditure per capita of any state in the nation, and we are double the average. The problem is that property taxes, you can't expect property taxes to fund so much of the cost of inadequate education. We need some other revenue sources.
Representative Burton?
I'm old enough to remember a time when we welcomed immigrants to this country, when a lot of us, our grandparents, came from outside the United States. And I had the privilege of being president of a college that had a 5,000 student campus in Lynn, Massachusetts, which has a population that's similar to Manchester. And I love working with those people because when I went into the ESL classes, I would say, I envy you. You know 2 languages. I only know 1. But I think this goes against, I'm really taken by the way Manchester is treated in general. We should be proud of that city. That's where immigrants come, like they did to Lynn, Massachusetts. I had to have staff in all of the schools in Lynn, Massachusetts to do ESL, but mostly to help the parents acclimate to this very complicated state of our city of Lynn. So when 5,000 people come in, and we used to celebrate their holidays, and I put the flags of the countries of origins in my gym, and I ran out of the room with 100. And there were Jewish people coming from Russia, and there were a lot of from the Dominican Republic. I chaired the Salem Harbor CDC, which represented the 2,500 Dominicans, and they had challenges we didn't have. So I think it's time to be proud of Manchester and what they're doing, and not to punish them in this way with a chart we never saw before, 15 minutes ago? I noticed the 2 towns on here are Madbury and Lee. Those are not poor towns. They used to be in my district. They're next to Durham. I just can't see how you can bring this in at this time and punish a whole city without having this become under more full discussion. Thank you.
Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first point is, I'm proud of all the residents of our state, and I am most proud of the citizens of our state. So I just want to start with that. But more importantly, a lot of this discussion is confusing revenues with distribution. So this is not about property taxes. I understand the concern with the property taxes, but that's not what this is about. This is about distribution. Let's assume, short of having infinite funding, let's assume we had more funding from the state. That money still has to be distributed, and it must be distributed fairly. And the only metric for fairness that I'm aware of that we all sort of, I think, understand relates to poverty or special education. I mean, these of that nature. So we're always going to have to distribute based on if we gave, which we could do now, we would satisfy the court's requirement for whatever it is, $7,000 plus per student. That's what we spend right now. Okay, if you add up our whole cost divided by the number of pupils in the state, that's where we are. If we switch to that model, I'm sure a lot of the folks on this committee would be very upset, because a lot of these towns are going to lose. Manchester, not just Manchester, but all of them. So the distribution has to happen. It's independent of the revenue. Please don't confuse. We're not punishing Manchester. We're more fairly allocating the funds, because there are other towns they're in the same situation as Manchester. I mean, you can try to argue that somehow Manchester is worse off, but in terms of the numbers, they're far better off, both in terms of their students, the numbers they have, the amounts of money they're getting per student, versus some other communities like Charlestown, for instance, where they actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're one of the ones where they got less revenue. I take that back. It was Pembroke and Lisbon and Charleston too. Okay. So don't confuse revenues with distribution. You can change the revenues. That's not going to change the distribution. Still have to figure out the distribution side of things across the state.
Further discussion, Representative Damon.
I personally am not confusing revenues and distribution, and they are correlated. If you don't have enough revenues, the distribution is harder. I think it would have been very interesting if this chart also included a column showing the tax rate in these communities and contrasting it with other communities across the state. Because there are some communities on here that frankly quite surprise me. I'm not trying to call anybody out, but for purposes of example, I'm pretty surprised at the EV per pupil for Bow, and it does not seem like that school system needs funding the way Manchester does. You can make numbers work to say what you want them to say. Manchester needs this funding.
Representative Mahegan?
I hope to make as polite and interesting a comment as I can possibly do. If Manchester is being punished, I noticed that Allenstown had almost the same increase. Claremont certainly had the same increase. And we're not talking about Allenstown and Claremont, but we mentioned Pembroke. I'm wondering if Pembroke is being punished. We got less than, along with Lisbon, and we're the two on the list that are less than. I don't want to look at it as punishment. I want to look at it as the state of being that we're actually called to address.
Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just, Bo was brought up. So to me, the key column here is grant per pupil, right? Bo, 2027. Okay. So it's clear that the legislature agrees with Representative Damon that Bo is not as needy as Manchester, right? Bo is getting less than half this $5,000 and $149 compared to Manchester's $11,000 per student, right? So the formula does reflect reality. What this bill is about is the question of, should we somehow honor or give more weight to a highly political decision that was made 4 years ago compared to what we perceive as reality today, right? We are here today to, when we make a budget, we make it on the current circumstances, right? We look at all the needs of the state, and that's how we budget today. We don't just because a decision was made 4 years ago to spend money in a certain way then somehow say, well, you know, those guys 4 years ago, many of which are the same people, were somehow much smarter then than we are now, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense. So what this is doing, what this bill does, is say, let's keep this, and frankly, highly political decision that was made 4 years ago, let's leave that untouched when our actual judgment and the actual budget we passed said differently.
Representative Spilsbury?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but just focus in on a couple of things. The House budget bill in 23, the right side was based on fiscal capacity disparity aid. The Senate created a new construct. Extraordinary needs grants were brand new in their version of that budget, and they just scrapped fiscal capacity disparity aid. I think, Representative Damon, that your comment suggesting that numbers can be made to tell any story sort of sounds like manipulation is what you had in mind, is completely inapposite. The premise of fiscal capacity disparity aid is the capacity to raise taxes and revenue given the system that we have today, with all of its imperfections. I agree, Representative Fellows. I wouldn't have introduced HB 1800 if I thought the current system was sound. But in this system, when you have a town like Charlestown that's got $1,058,000 of taxable value, and you've got Manchester with $1,007,000 plus per student, that is the most important metric. It's not a matter of portraying numbers to tell some story. That is the heart of fiscal capacity. So any tax that pools revenue at the state level, as Representative Earth and Representative McGuire were taking pains to say, has to be allocated in some fashion that's fair. And what we did a year ago was to try to partially rebalance an anomaly that occurred in 23.
Further discussion. Representative Creason?
you keep saying anomaly. There had to be a reason why this happened in 2023. And a lot has changed since 2023, especially in the city of Manchester. So why would it be okay to all of a sudden, 3 years later, cap it when our own mayor cut the school district's funding by $8 million when the school board kept it under the Manchester cap? And the Manchester School Board, their budget has to be approved by the alderman. So it goes through, so much of a process. The need is there. I mean, all I can speak to is what I know because I am there. And when I did hear one word about after my colleague, Representative Burton spoke about legality. I worked with parents who were here in a legal way, trying to learn to pass their citizenship test. And I was there to teach them English so that they could be prepared to pass the test. So that disturbs me a bit, but I can assure you that it's a beautiful part of the city, and it is a necessary part of what is happening in our country that we must appreciate. Thank you.
Yes. Just very briefly to respond. I respect your defense of your district and your constituents. And I would expect you to do that, and you're doing it well. But the answer, why did I use the term anomaly? Because it's something that came about once with no prior pattern. That's an anomaly. It is not 3-4 years later that we're reacting. The fact is, this was nailed down in the budget cycle adopted in 23, and it was moderately revised a year ago in the very next immediate budget cycle. So it was locked in for 2 years and corrected at the first opportunity.
Further discussion? Very quickly.
Was there ever discussion of a hold harmless provision that could have been put in here so that Manchester would have time to adjust to a lower number? Not that I'm suggesting they don't have a lower number, but there's something really unfair about this whole thing going on. Was there ever discussion of how this would impact the city of Manchester?
May I respond?
Yes.
There was no decrease in Manchester's funding as the budget left the House. The Senate and governor spiked 1 year, the coming year. And that's the only reason that it goes down in the following year, which is what this bill wants to undo. What should have happened was that it should have passed where the House passed it, and Manchester still would have seen a large growth in this next coming year, and a further growth in the year after that. But because it was spiked, that's what it's about. So short answer, yes, it was considered.
Okay, I haven't spoken at all on this thing, but I have some figures here that when all this was occurring, I was trying to track it. In FY24, Manchester's grants was right around $48.1 million. FY25 up to 70.7. That's when we spiked. And they came back in FY26 at 56.1, and then FY27, 55.4. Why is this happening? Well, it's happening for a number of reasons. One, as Representative Spilsbury has talked about, we allocated out of that right-hand side of the column where we had extraordinary needs around $178 million, but we had 13.4, I think it was, for fiscal capacity disparity aid. which was based upon different criteria than an extraordinary needs, which is based upon that equalized property valuation and the number of kids which are qualifying for F&R. The other side of the coin really truly dealt with fiscal capacity disparity aid the way we had back in the earlier years. And we were trying to hit those 40 communities and even more of them where they were hurting just like everybody else. But I look at Manchester's ADM over that period of time. In FY24, I have down 11,652 kids. In FY25, 11,570 kids. FY26, 11,532 kids. In FY27, 11,394 kids projected. It's declining like everybody is. And so you cannot expect to be funded at the same level that you've been funded in previous years. We have formulas, and what we're trying to do is rebalance the formulas to better assist those towns. He's living in one right next door to me, Charlestown, and Haverhill's one also. And I'm not speaking just for my community. I have listed them all right here. And there's a whole bunch of them. I'm not going to read them all off. You can probably read them too. So there is reason for it. There is no vindictive effort here to do something towards Manchester. It's never been done like that. With every formula we develop, there's going to be changes, and there were in that. But when the changes are made so we could get fiscal capacity disparity aid into the formula to better address those communities which would be better helped with that formula. So that's my 2 cents. Further discussion. Representative Creason.
I just want to apologize for not saying thank you, Mr. Chair, each time you let me speak. I apologize.
Hey, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? So then we're at the point, Madam Clerk, where we're ready to call the roll. The motion on this bill is ITL.
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovici,
Yes.
Clerk, yes, Representative Mahagan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Thibault,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Christian,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10-8, it passes.
Who will be writing the minority report?
I'll do it with you. Sue will write it. Representative Creason.
Okay.
Yep.
And who's doing the Representative?
Yes, I.
Okay, is there anything else? I think we've done our early bills now. Now I remind everybody, we need to get our committee reports in. What? Yeah, we can have a caucus. All right, so I won't put the gavel down until we finish our caucus.
Don't forget,
Pardon me?
correct, we need to caucus.
Okay, we're gonna have a brief caucus right now.
So, is there further committee action that might be taken that we want to linger for?
I do not know what the purpose of the caucus is for, but
Write reports.
is there,
Gosh, she wants to caucus. We're taking a caucus.
we're gonna take a caucus.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're just adjourning the meeting.
Come back, brother.
So this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much to all attending today.